Good morning, chat. Exactly what I said would happen on Thursday, July 3rd happened. We were gapped up around 100, 200 points, and then we wicked through all the way. Though that day was a half day, it ended at 1 p.m. because it's July 3rd before a federal holiday on July 4th. Markets were closed. We wicked all the way up to 23,101. Now we're starting gap down. Thursday's close was at 23,062. We're starting at 22,940. Gap down around 120 points. Market is open in 40 seconds. NQ is currently sitting down 0.5% before market open. ES is sitting down 0.4%. Nvidia closed Thursday 1.33% up. Tesla closed 0.1% down. Google closed 0.5% up. Amazon closed 1.6% up. Microsoft closed 1.6% up. Meta closed 0.76% up. Apple closed 0.5% up. Netflix closed 1% up. Palantir closed 1.7% up. 7 seconds till market is open. Good morning. This is probably a good day to take it slow. I'm going to, there's not really any news today besides Trump sending tariff letters at 12 p.m. EST starting. We're starting wicked up above the 21 EMA. ES starting above the VWAP, below the 200 SMA, 100 MA. Tapping it now. ES is tapping the 200 SMA now. NQ 30 minute getting above the VWAP to start. We are gap down 100 points currently. Bitcoin starting 0.6% down. Good morning. What's up, Travis? I had a great break, Adrius. Hopefully you guys had the same. Surrounded by family, grill outs, parties, fireworks. We also put up a pool. A little late, but we did do that. That was not so much fun, but nonetheless did it anyway. Taking it slow. Probably a good day to wait for the 15-minute opening range. ES getting wicked down. Low pullback from testing the 200 SMA, 100 MA. Okay. Looks like the ES wants to tap that VWAP again. See. Nvidia down 0.2%, Tesla down 7.2%, Google down 0.3%, Amazon down 0.1%. ES wicking, tapping the VWAP. NQ 30 minute below the VWAP, below the 100 MA. $22,936, very key level. Very key level. $23,000 as well. Little pivot point, but also a psychological key level. Finding pivot points real quick. $23,063, just above the gap. Yeah, still above the VWAP, tapping it now though. Thank you, 30 minute tanking down. 22,867 is the 2-hour SMA. On the NQ 30 minute chart. Staying it slow, getting the pivot points. I'm not expecting a whole lot of volatility to be honest throughout today. See, there's not a lot on the docket. At 4 p.m. Trump is signing executive orders. Trump greets Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at 6:30 p.m. Also, he tweeted that he's sending out letters. So this is from Trump's Truth Social. I am pleased to announce that the United States tariff letters and/or deals with various countries from around the world will be delivered starting 12 p.m. Eastern, Monday, July 7th. That is today. He said, "Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America." There's a couple other tweets that we'll go over. ES tapping the VWAP. So the ES 1 minute Williams R 120 day is below neutral, getting in oversold territory. RSI trying to get below that May. It's in neutral territory for the ES 1 minute. The NQ 30 minute below the MA inside the RSI, starting a nosedive. Still in neutral territory though. Williams R 120 day on the NQ 30 minute in neutral territory and going lower. Pretty red market to start. The VIX volatility index is up 0.9% on the day. The Dow is down 0.2%. Pre-market low. Pre-market low is at 22,882 on the NQ. Did bounce all that pivot point. 22,909. Pivot point to the upside at 23,000. Key psychological level. What's up, Barn? Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Norm? Day, David. David, this is NQ futures, Nasdaq futures. No way, Norman. You finally got that laptop back after 30, 40 days. Let's go. ES having a bounce. ES is starting to bounce off the VWAP. See if it holds. NQ about to tap that 20 May. $15-minute opening range in 8 minutes. We'll close. It is starting weak. Pretty weak. Still gap down 120 points. "15 hours ago, Trump tweeted, I am saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks. He even wants to start a third political party, despite the fact they have never succeeded in the United States. The system seems not designed for them. The one thing third parties are good for is the creation of complete and total disruption and chaos, and we have enough of that with the radical left Democrats. who have lost their confidence and their minds. Republicans, on the other hand, are a smooth running machine that just passed the biggest bill of its kind in history of our country. It is the great big bill, but unfortunately for Elon, it eliminates the ridiculous electric vehicle EV mandate, which would have forced everyone to buy an electrical car in the short period of time. I've been strongly opposed to that from the very beginning. People are now allowed to buy whatever they want, gasoline powered hybrids, which are doing very well, or new technology as they come about. No more EV mandate. I've campaigned on this for about 2 years, and quite honestly, when Elon gave me his total and unquestioned endorsement, I asked him whether or not he knew that I was going to terminate the EV mandate. It was in every speech I made and in every conversation I had. He said he had no problem with that. I'm very surprised. Additionally, Elon asked that one of his close friends run NASA, and while I thought his friend was very good, I am surprised to learn that he was a blue-blooded Democrat who had never contributed to the Republican Party before. Elon probably also, I also thought it inappropriate that a very close friend of Elon, who was in the space business, run NASA when NASA is such a big part of Elon's corporate life. My number one charge is to protect the American public. That comes from Trump 15 hours ago. There's a couple more. We'll go through in a minute. Very slow start. ATR at 16. ES still above the VWAP though. We'll see. Again, the pre-market low is at 22,882. It has not flushed it yet. Not flushed it. Little rejection off the 21 EMA. Created a higher low here though. If it bounces. Probably go for a long-term hold. Maybe a couple hour trade, couple 30-minute trade. If the ES breaks above the 200 SMA, 100 MA to the upside, potentially, wouldn't be a bad idea. We'll see. And Q getting above the 21 EMA. Not yet, Dakash. Dakish. What's up, trades? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Four minutes until that 15-minute opening range is closed. Taking it slow. Appreciate the subscription, Musam. Appreciate you. Amazon's close to flipping green. Adobe is close to flipping green. Amazon flip green. AFGO flip green. Nvidia 0.1% away from flipping green. Two minutes until the 15-minute opening range is closed. What happened in Kerr County, Texas? At least 68 dead, including 28 children in Kerr County, Texas, after floods. Flash floods. Wow. Trump signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas to ensure that our brave first responders immediately have the resources they need. That was 22 hours ago. Trump trade advisor Navarro negotiations are proceeding well. Iran president, we could resolve differences with the U.S. via talks. U.S. attacks severely damaged many nuclear sites. Only news on the docket for today is at 11:30 a.m. U.S. 6-month and 3-month bill. Also at 4 p.m. when market closes, Trump signing executive orders. 15-minute opening range is officially closed. Nvidia coming lower, now down 0.5%. Amazon, Meta flipping green. Tesla coming lower, now down 8%. Google's down 1%. Microsoft's down 0.2%. Apple's down 0.25%. Netflix is down 0.8%. MicroStrategy down 1.2%. Palantir down 0.4%. GameStop's down 2.7%. Costco's down 0.5%. Alibaba's down 1%. ES coming down, tapping the VWAP. What's up, Todd? Good morning, good morning. What's up, Miguel? Yeah, Tesla is beat up today to start. Very beat up. What's up, Century? Very good. My weekend was very, very good. We put up a pool. We had a cookout. We went to see fireworks and everything. Whole occasion. Hopefully you guys had a similar experience, just surrounded by family. Hopefully not putting up a pool. That's not so much fun, but regardless, it was a journey. Thankfully, it's done. What's up, Bonnie? Appreciate the follow, Dikish. Staying slow. ES is trying to bounce on the VWAP. We'll see. Tesla coming lower. Nvidia coming lower. Amazon flipped red. ATR is at 19. Yeah, it's trying to bounce on the VWAP. We'll see. NQ 30 minute rejected the VWAP, rejected the RMA. NQ tapping that 20 May. draw some trend lines. NQ getting above that 20 May, trying to break towards that 15-minute opening range high. 15-minute opening range high is at 22,980. ES getting a bounce on the VWAP, about to tap the 100 MA, 200 SMA. NQ 30-minute rounding up, getting above the 100 MA, trying to get above the VWAP. We are still gapped down 110 points. Thursday's close was at 23,062. Johnson, this is Ninja Trader. Not much, Robert, not much. Taking it slow. Trying to see what it wants to do to start. See. It's testing that range. Johnson, you can simulate trade if you're a beginner. Do whatever is best for you. I'm not a financial advisor. Cannot give financial advice, entertainment, educational purposes only. Hold your own conviction, do your own trade strategy. If I was just starting out again, simulate trade, demo trade, record, introspect every single day. Write down on an Excel spreadsheet my wins, my losses, profit. Write a note at the end of each day and just introspect, introspect, introspect. ES, waking up above the 100 MA, 200 SMA. NQ 30-minute, getting above the VWAP. And we are breaking out of the range. NQ did just flush the 15-minute opening range high. Amazon 0.25% up, Meta 0.7% up, MicroStrategy up 0.2%, Palantir up 0.7%. The Dow is down 0.25% on the day. Ave goes up 0.5%. Adobe is up 0.2%. ES tapping the 200 SMA, getting a little bounce. We'll see if it holds. Still gap down 100 points. See if it gets filled. BOE, APF, gilt sale operation, cover ratio 2.49. What's up, Toby? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Appreciate it. Wish you the same, Toby. Wish you all green profit. Hopefully we all are there. Just starting out very slow. I have a feeling that this is gonna just take us for a ride early in the morning. Consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. And I'm not expecting too much volatility. Also though, at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Trump is sending them letters. So world leaders may start to react. We'll see. Tapping that pivot point, getting a bounce, trying to break out of the range again. We're breaking through that pivot point, about to tap the 21 EMA. ES coming below the 200 SMA, 100 MA. And Q 30 minute coming below the VWAP. It fell back into the range. ES is looking like it wants to bounce off the 200 SMA. That being said, it just changed to kind of rejecting it. But it's kind of wanting to bounce right here. Coming down, tapping the 100 MA. Wow. Last week in Germany, it was 102 Fahrenheit. Today, it is 68 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's pretty crazy swings. That's pretty crazy temperature swings. Tesla's down 8.2%. And with 2 contracts long, ES is pumping up. Up 100, 150, 200, tapping that pivot point, trying to break through. It needs to break through the pivot point at range. It's gonna be a fake out. What's up, Evelyn? What's up, what's up, what's up? Appreciate the follow. Okay, it's rejecting that pivot point for now. I like the wick on the NQ 5-minute chart. Could be a manipulation though. Could be manipulation. Breaking through that pivot point, up 200, up 220. 2 contracts long. Testing that range. Rejecting off it for now. Let me just remove that. We're wicking down to the 20 MA. Down 100, down 200, down 250, 2 contracts long. Yes, wicking through the 200 SMA, 100 MA.
Order filled.
And 4 contracts long. May flush down to the range. Could flush down to the pivot point as well. Pivot point at 22,909 in the short term.
Order filled.
And with 6 contracts long, looking for a bounce off this range. Time to 20 May. Taking 2 off, taking 3, taking 1 more. We're riding 2 contracts for now. ES pumping down. Okay, we may get a break of this range. Okay, it's flushing down. Kind of don't believe it, but everything is proper down. NQ5 MA rejected the 20 MA. ES rejected the 200 SMA, 100 MA. And if it breaks this range, it's probably going to the low pre-market, which is at 22,880. This could still be a higher low. It's about to flush it.
Order filled.
And with 4 contracts long, we're going to step this up. Down 500, down 600, 4 contracts long. Bring through the 50%.
Order filled.
And with 8 contracts long, looking for a bounce off the ESV WAP. We'll see. May go to that pivot point. Flushing down.
Order filled.
And with 14 contracts long. Okay, it's flushing, flushing, flushing. Down 5,000, down 6,000, 1,000 away from blowing this apex count. These are the one, this is one that we still have remaining. We have like 3 left. Want to see a bounce on this pivot point. Looks like it wants to flush down through the low. Get a little bounce. Down 2,000, down 1,000. I want to see the ES come back up to the VWAP. We're getting a little bounce now. Don't know if it's strong enough to do it. See, we're 10 points away. ES getting a little bounce, and Q getting a little bounce. Down 500, down 200. Up 200, taking 7. Market order ended up with 400. Okay. Got out of that. Now we can regroup, maybe enter a short. This is a lower low. Let's get in a take profit count. Very high risk trade. Should have been out at that range bounce. Right here. Should have been out right here on this bounce up where I took 3, took 4. Should have just cut it right there. Little stubborn. If you guys remember, about 3 trading days ago, we had a similar situation. It propped down and then bounced up the rest of the day. It still could do that, but this day is definitely a little more bearish. I expected more of a bounce. Obviously, I was wrong. Thankfully, we got out. Almost blew the account, to be fair. Thankfully, it was only Apex. Again, we're not going to have that excuse for much longer. Yes, waking through the VWAP again. What's up, Legend? Last week was 102 Fahrenheit. Yeah. Yeah, that's a crazy 40-degree swing. This pivot point is holding for now.
Order filled.
You know, the one contract short. Yeah, it's coming below the VWAP. We'll see. Tesla is coming up a little bit. Nvidia is falling. Good prop here. But I only start with one. Okay, it's flushing up the 20 May. Down 100, down 200. ES coming above the VWAP. We're gap down 130 points. Remember that. Time to 20 May. Dang, Legend. 100 degrees. Yes. Yes, tapping that VWAP again. Could prop. Yes, could prop here. Create a lower low. Could start propping. Could start ranging up. Tapping the 20 May again. Down 8 points. ATR's at 20. The U.S. issues a Venezuela-related general license authorizing offloading of liquefied petroleum gas through September 5th if loaded on vessel on or before July 7th. 6.27 magnitude earthquake off the west coast of South Island, New Zealand. Up 60, up 50. That is a lower high. Could still prop here, but technically that's a lower high. Playing in consolidation. It broke that range, rejected from the 20 May. ES coming below the VWAP. We'll see. It has some legs still. Tesla is coming up. Was down 8%, now only down 6. Amazon flipped red, but close to flipping green. Palantir close to flipping red. Down 40, down 50, one contract short. May it prop back up to that range. Yes. Testing the VWAP again. Not liking this consolidation. Up 60. Want this to flush down. Kind of consolidating here, coiling up. ES is kind of coiling below the VWAP. I wanted this to drop. Obviously. Very bullish. For the time being. Pretty bullish wicks. Just the momentum. This should prop down, but it may wick up, to be fair. I'm starting slow. 4-day weekend like this. Thursday's volatility. Half day. I expected this to be a little strange. That's why I'm starting so risk off. May come up to NQ 5 minute 21 EMA at 22,948. Okay, we may get a wick down now. ES below the VWAP. It's kind of coiling though, to be fair. Flushing down up 100. Up 130. Does not want to go down. I'll rejoin. Yes, just looks like it's coiling here. Wants to retake it. I'll rejoin in a minute. It'll probably flush down, and if it does, I'll look to join a short at this pivot point, 22,909. Feeling way too strong. Probably just faked me out, to be fair. 1 minute later, the ES wicking down. Palantir flipping red. Yeah. Not a good start. Not a good start. It's in this consolidation range. Tesla coming lower. Amazon coming lower. Now it's starting to wick down. Okay, it should flush down. Meta's up 0.5% right now. ES rejected the VWAP. Coming down. Let's see if it flushes, creates a lower low or not. It is a battle. Jerome Powell. Finally wicking down, finally. Tapping that pivot point, bouncing right off it. ES flush down. Play up the chart a bit. Pretty good pivot point at 22,847. Already got them marked out. This really should be dropping further. ATR's at 18, but I'm gonna guess it's a little lower than that. There's some bullish legs still. That's a higher low. Yes, low divergence from the ES and Q. The Nasdaq futures, ES futures having low divergence. ES flush through, create a lower low. NQ create a higher low. Bouncing off that pivot point. Now tapping the 20 EMA. 21 EMA. Good to short apparently. EF, I did a similar thing right now. We were in short right here. We were in short right here. Sold out right here because I saw a little bullish momentum. Now, I wasn't completely wrong. There are still bullish legs, but I missed out on about 20 points. It's hard to read this when ATR is so low and it's just consolidating. It's in this big consolidation range. Support of consolidation, resistance. What's up, Chris? Good morning, good morning, morning. Market's not so great. Not reading it that well. It's too slow for me. Not being patient. Though we've only taken 2 trades so far. We are de-risked today. Just slowing down. Even though we almost blew an apex count, but I'm a little more risk on with them. Just one big consolidation zone today. Consolidation between 22,980 and 22,900. Just one big 80-point consolidation range. It kind of looks like it wants to prop up. If you guys see these NQ 30-minute wicks, pretty bullish. If we can get above this 100 MA, VWAP, start propping up. ES wants to bounce, tap the VWAP. We'll see how it reacts. We'll see. Still gap down 120 points. Thursday's close was at 23,062. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No missed opportunities, only the next one. Yes, trying to get above the 20 May. Yes, tapping the VWAP. And Q getting above the 20 May. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Remember that, EF. No missed opportunities, only the next one. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade, be patient, and execute your strategy, your conviction, and do what is best for your circumstances. Bitcoin's down 1%. Very slow day. Market is hard to read today. I expected as much. That's why we waited for the 15-minute opening range. Slowed down. Did expect it, but it is hard trading. Yes, trying to tap that VWAP. See if it breaks above it. Meta's up 1%. Palantir's up 0.3%. Amazon's up 0.15%. What's up, chick? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Yes, tapping that VWAP. NQ breaking above the 21 minute EMA. Not speak today. ES breaking above the VWAP. NQ about to tap the resistance of that range. Resistance trend line. Also pivot point up top at 22,961. We'll see. It's in the middle of the consolidation range. We'll see. Unsure. Google's down 1%. Microsoft's down 0.3%. Apple's down 0.6%. Netflix is down 1.35%. MicroStrategy is down 1.2%. GME is down 2.5%. Thank you. 5 minutes tapping the 20 May. If it could break above, potentially a little bounce here. We are gapped down 120 points. Key psychological pivot point up top at 23,000. Tapping that resistance trendline range. ES above the VWAP, about to tap the 100 MA. That's good to hear, EF. It's always better than being down. Ending neutral, always good than being down, being negative. Thank you. Tapping that range. See how it reacts to the range pivot point. If it flushes through or not. ES flushing through the 100 MA. I'm glad I did not hold that short. We would have secured 20 points. Most likely would have cut it, but tapping that pivot point. Play the charts a bit. Appreciate you, Anthony. Never too late, guys. It is never too late. But I would not get into trading if you're not obsessed with it. You gotta love it. Gotta be able to wake up with an hour sleep, go to sleep at 7, wake up at 8, start trading. Gotta be able to love it. Gotta be obsessed with it. Worst case, you hate it and you do it for a couple hours a day, but I would not recommend it. There's a lot of perseverance you have to do. A lot of highs and lows, ups and downs, and really only the strong survive. And they're usually obsessed with trading and actually love it. We're breaking down from that pivot point, falling to the 20 May. ES rejected the 100 MA, falling below the VWAP also. Thank you. 5 minute tapping the 20 May. What's up, FL? EF said it took me a few months to learn with 2K, but now I've been making solid gains and I'm working with a lot more now. Good job, EF. Good to hear. Love hearing stuff like that. Todd says, I'm a friend. Day trading helped me unlock myself and taught me things about myself. Oh, it will. The highs and lows, how to persevere, overcome very difficult situations, and just deal with immense loss. Just highs and lows, swing, swing, swing. You'll go up 30K to down 60K to neutral to back up, and it's all on you. You hit buy, sell, all on you. So everything is your fault, no matter what. Self accountability is needed 100% of the time. FL said, gonna rally today, going for 23, probably. GG, keep it up, dude. Appreciate it, FL. Appreciate you. Kind of what I'm getting at, but it's a little too early to take this long, which is kind of the best place to take it. Fell back into this consolidation. I was getting ready to take a long near that pivot point. Yeah, I know, EF. I know. EF said the amount of stress from day trading makes me always recommend people against them. Most can't handle the stress. Yeah, well, they start you out with the key psychological colors for a reason, to get your emotions pumped up, get you stressed out. That's why you have to change the colors. And if I was not on stream, I wouldn't even look at the P&L. That little P&L you guys see come on screen when I'm in a trade, one contract, down 500, down 600, up 300. I wouldn't even have that on screen if I was not streaming. Got to get rid of the green, red, P&L. P&L's kind of just me, but the green and red are key psychological colors. You got to watch out for them. They put it on the chart to make you emotional, and only 1 to 5% of traders are profitable for a reason. You need every edge you can get. Same, Norman, same. Norman said I made a little today. Same. We're up like 450 with terrible execution. Absolutely horrific execution. But nonetheless, I don't consider this a good day of trading so far. Not that great execution. That account almost blew to get only 400. This one big consolidation range. I knew today would not be easy, to be fair. I think you mean, Anthony, I think you mean vibrant color is a huge psychological hue. I'm not sure what you mean by vibration. Oh, it's a vibration color? I think that's what you mean. Okay. Is it 1 to 5% profitable, or is it that 1 to 5% can beat the S&P? 1 to 5% of traders are profitable. That is it. Now that's consistently. No, you'll get a trader from here and now just starting, kind of like me. I started half a decade ago, AMC, GME, that conversion event, 2020, 2021. I put everything into it, 100% it, took out the initial, played with the profits for around a year, lost it all. So there is beginner luck sometimes. So that stat cannot be for that. 1 to 5% of traders are consistently profitable. It's somewhere in that range, which is very low. And you have to know the risk. ES below the VWAP, below the 100 MA. Appreciate you, Chris. Appreciate you. Dang, kind of makes me want to lock in my gains this year and stick with index funds. I don't know if I've had months of good luck or I just have a good strategy. I'm assuming beginner's luck. Hey, everything's on you, EF. Everything's on you. Do whatever you want. Anthony Anthony said, wow, 1 to 5% consistency. That's elite level nerve management. Dude, I'm currently on the beginner luck. I started trading crypto last week on a $400 account. I'm up at 633 right now. Oh boy, I've been there. Oh boy. I remember one time I started trading future derivatives, and I put on like some crazy amount of leverage. I think I did 100x leverage on like $1,000 and just 100% it real quick. Took it out immediately in like a minute, and I just got a high and then a high. It was more like a dopamine addiction, like wow, I just made it like that much in 1 minute. And then throughout the next day I just lost it all. I kept FOMOing, kept tilting, kept getting greedy, and was like, I made that much that quick, let's keep going, let's keep going. This was back in the day, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And yeah, that was oof. You gotta be careful when you get high greed like that. You have to be careful and realize that it is just temporary. There are downswings coming, and you need to slow down. You guys can do whatever you want, but that's what I realized. You have to slow down. Fear and greed index for the stock market came out 77 out of 100. Extreme greed. Crypto and fear greed index came out 73 out of 100. Greed. Iran president said that supreme leader believes that the U.S. investors can come to Iran. What's up, Akash? That's what I thought, Clips, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, no one is perfect, guys. No one's perfect. You have a good couple months, then you do something stupid. You miss a hotkey if you're trading with hotkeys. You accidentally misexecute one of them. You make human error is real. No one is perfect. The best of the best still make mistakes. It's about not panicking and knowing how to recover and adapt. Gotta stay patient, stay conserved, and just slow down. And know, the key is knowing when you tilt, knowing when you make a mistake, knowing when you need to adapt, adjust. And even sometimes I'll go through days and I'm just not adapting to the market, and I just keep putting my hand on the fire, until eventually I say enough. Now I built a tolerance to really tell myself when enough is enough. But you beginner, everyone beginner who's just starting trading, you do not have that tolerance built yet. So it is very dangerous. So for instance, you go up $1,000, then you lose a couple trades, now you're down 2,000. You keep tilting, keep chasing losses, and then that 2,000 down becomes 10. That 10 becomes 50, etc., etc. This is how a lot of people lose their life savings. You cannot tilt, you cannot be greedy, and you cannot chase losses. That's why I do not operate with a goal. I do not have a day goal. I trade the execution, not the result, and the execution has been terrible, but the result netted 450. But the execution has been terrible today. I expected a terrible market today. That's exactly what we're getting. Big consolidation zone, 80-point consolidation zone. That's all it's done today. ATR is at 16, and I'm not really a consolidation, low volatility trader. It's not really who I am. So just very slow, wait for certain opportunities, and Probably start trading with a stop today. We'll see. ES below the VWAP. ES create a lower low. Little divergence on the ES and NQ. NQ create a higher low. ES create a lower low. Oh, very well pointed out, Sentry. Very well pointed out. I'm quote unquote only on 25 leverage. Very good quote. Very well stated. The word only can really get you in some trouble. 25 leverage is still very high. Now, I will personally trade it, but it'll be with funds that I am 1000% ready to lose. So I may throw 100 in there, put on some leverage, and then just let it go till it liquidates. Or, but it has to be isolated as well, and only people who know how to trade will get that. You have cross, which can go into funds on different sections, your spot account, etc., depending on what you have on the platform. Then you have isolated, which isolates the trade, and if it's liquidated, it's liquidated. It does not go into your other funds, etc. Now, it will still go into your future funds. Anything you have in futures that you did not have in the trade, it'll still go into that. But it will not go into your spot or other deposits on the platform. Always clips, always. Like 3 weeks ago, I misclicked a hotkey like 3 times in one day, and then proceeded to do it each day after that for like 3 days in a row. Sometimes your mind's not in it. Lack of sleep, lack of eating. You have to be aware of everything. People usually take riskier bets the further down they are too. Exactly. I'm telling you guys, so many traders, probably every trader in here watching this right now who's actually traded, understands $1,000 up or like 800 up, 400 up, then a couple losing trades, you're down 1,000, down 2,000, and then you're chasing losses, chasing the profit once more, trying to just get back to what you had before. Then you're chasing, tilted, greed, FOMO. I was just there, I just had it. Why was I greedy? Why did I trade again? I'll just get it back and then stop. I'll get it back and then stop. And then now you're down 5K. Now you're down 7K because you're tilted, you're not in the right headspace. I'm sure every single trader in here has had an experience just like that. If not 10, 100, 1,000 of those. Appreciate the follow, Positive. Appreciate the follow, Islam. Appreciate you. What's up, Boris? Good morning, good morning. I want to see how you guys are sitting. A lot of people were definitely conflicted on today. And you guys can already see volatility is super low. Super low. Stop it. Stop it. We'll see, trades. Trade said it normally pumps here. We'll see. Very, 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 very slow. Yep, Red, no news today. For now, we wait. I agree. At 11:30 a.m., the only thing on the docket is US 6-month and 3-month bill, and they really aren't that important. At 4 p.m. EST, Trump signing executive orders. Tomorrow's docket really isn't much better. At 1 p.m., EIA steel report. That's tentative. It can move up and down the schedule. At 1 p.m. also US 3-year note tomorrow. At 3 p.m. EST US consumer credit. Probably gonna wait till Wednesday for a little more volatility. We have EIA crude oil inventories, US wholesale month-over-month revenue, US MBA 30-year mortgage rate, and then at 2 p.m. FOMC mini minutes. So Thursday should be good. Friday should be good. Just depends, Century. Depends on news. Depends. Century said, isn't Monday usually slow? I've never seen a fast Monday. It really just depends on news. Crazy Trump tweet. We have a lot of news at 12 p.m. A lot of news happening at 12 p.m. Trump said, I am pleased to announce that the U.S. Tariff letters and/or deals with various countries from around the world will be delivered starting 12 p.m. Eastern, Monday, July 7th. So that begins in an hour and 13 minutes. He also said any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. There will be no exceptions to this policy. So there is news to come today. What's up, Ninja? Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully, if you guys are trading, you're taking it very slow. But you do whatever you want. Tapping that 20 May, falling down. ES is below the 200 SMA, 100 MA, and VWAP. I mentioned there's probably a lot of people just learning and not even trading. So you're definitely not the only one. And a lot of people, it takes years and years and years and years and years for them to become profitable. Again, only 1 to 5% of traders are profitable consistently. You can have a stroke of luck in the beginning and middle, end, but to stay consistent is a whole nother ball game. Horus, yep, I expected it. I expected today to be very little volatility, just like the last holiday we traded after. Very low volatility. It's coming off of a 4-day weekend. Not expecting a lot. Trying to get above the 20 May. Nvidia down 0.5%. Tesla down 6.9%. Google down 1.4% on the day. Only thing green is Palantir up 0.5%, Meta up 1%, Amazon up 0.23%. Ave goes up 0.5%, and Robinhood is up 1%. Bitcoin's down 0.9% on the day. Very well done, EF. That's kind of what I say I would did if I would start over again. You start with a very small amount, test it out. If not, simulate trade in the beginning. There's nothing wrong with simulate trading, demo trading when you first start, when you first begin. Nothing wrong with that. Couple weeks, couple months. Some people, one guy traded, simulate traded for 2 years. In my opinion, that's a little too long. Everyone has their own process. You're doing it in between 9 to 5 job, etc., etc. You have other obligations, other responsibilities, a family. You only get an hour here or there, maybe 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., maybe a half hour, 15 minutes each day. Everyone's in their own circumstances and has their own conviction, own priorities, own discipline, own willpower, etc., etc., etc. So start where you guys can, and if you even want to. Trading is not for the weak. And there's nothing wrong with simulated trading, demo trading to start. Introspect, record all your trading. Introspect at the end of each day. Excel spreadsheet, write your winning trades, write your losing trades, get the winning percentage, write the profit loss for the day, and just note down. And in the back of your mind, while you're doing it, you realize that 60%, in my opinion, it's only 60% real. Once you start putting real money on the line, there's a different feeling, different butterflies, especially for beginners. Now, if you've traded before, you understand that, but beginner traders really need to watch out. You start getting a little cocky, you get a little win, you start getting more greedy, then you FOMO, start tilting when you get losses. Everything is like this in life. Highs, lows, highs, lows. You just have to stay consistent, and then you'll eventually start going like this. Very few people are exponential. Very few. Good job, Admiral. Good job. Did I mention I'm trading the Nasdaq? At least today. I also have a crypto account loaded, ready to trade future derivatives, but today may not be the day for that, to be fair. Probably wait for another day out of the week for that. What's up, EMP? Doing well, doing well, doing well. Appreciate the follow, Stan, Rick, Zach. Appreciate you guys. It's breaking through that pivot point. And you just created lower low. My take profit smashed on ES and NQ finally. Good job, Clips. No problem, Dimension. Takes time to adjust your mindset to be attached to your money on live account. Took me one big breakdown to make me realize I could not get emotional with trading. I could. Yeah, I know. I know, as I mentioned. I know. Trading is It's not easy. That's for sure. Admiral said, took me 6 years to get good with options. Not that pocket options, crap stock options. Okay. Overlord said, but what if there's no fumble? You win while it's going up and win while it's going down. There will always be human error, Overload. Always, always, always. What's up, Zach? Just want to say thank you for teaching all of us who don't know a lot or any of trading and showing us the ups and downs of all of it. Appreciate it, Zach. I try and be as transparent as possible. Very few traders, especially social media traders, trade live, and that is for a reason. They just want the little videos, little shorts showing 40K, 50K, 60K, 100K, and some are real, but very few, if any. I would not trust anyone who does not actually live trade. Or at least has not live traded in the past. To be fair, this takes a lot of energy. A lot more than just trading in itself. So if someone traded live for a couple months, couple years, and you can see they're consistent, then I take their advice a little more seriously. ES and Q. And Q is about to flush the pre-market low. Pre-market low at 22,882. We are still gap down. Gap down almost 200 points. 200 SMA on the NQ 30 minute is at 22,868. We may get active here. Tapping that pivot point, 22,885. This purple line is the 200 SMA. This pivot point is kind of where I want to buy it. 22,848. Kind of where I want it, but we'll see. It may start one, may start two before that. It's going good day. It's going good. Executed a little poorly, but I expected today to be a little low volatility, a little rough, just consolidation, and that's exactly how it's been so far. They're just taking it slow. Only 2 trades so far. Appreciate you, Legend. Legend, realized P&L so far is 3,693. Got the funny number. Good job, Legend. Good job. I personally think it's necessary for people to taste the pain of loss to see if they have the willpower strong enough to overcome, even if it takes years. Yeah, very few people. Very few people. I love referencing this study, and I'll keep referencing it. The NQ did flash through the pre-market low with the 200 SMA below that. But this study showed any skill you start, most people start, the knowledge gap goes up, 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 up. They start getting a little success. Then they start plateauing. And once they hit this plateau, once this plateau hits, a lot of people, like 80, 90, 95% of people give up right here. It showed that if you stay consistent, eventually this starts rounding up and you go back to exponential growth like you did in the beginning. And I love referencing that study. I really need to get that study. I remember reading that a while ago. But that cannot be more and more true. The first sign of adversity most people give up, and then the people who do stay, they start to plateau, then they get bored, and another big section gives up. And only the people who are truly obsessed, that's why I said you need to be obsessed. You need to love trading. You have to love it. If you do not, you will give up during the hard moments. You will give up during the boring plateau moments. Most people cannot sit through and be patient during slow markets like this. Slow markets, they're not finding their rhythm, not finding their trades. Most people cannot wait for the correct opportunity. And knowing what not to do is almost more important than knowing what to do. So just don't FOMO, don't overtrade. And remember, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. So just slow down, stay calm. Also remember, I am not a financial advisor. Nothing I say is or can be construed as financial advice. Trade your own strategy, hold your own conviction. It is all on you. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade. You are all on different circumstances than me. Hold your own conviction. Dimension says the typical social media trader post stage wins always with the B song, like Slay, etc. Like the music makes it believable. Still liking all the trade videos because that is what what I want to feed my mind. True, Dimension. Sometimes the plateau takes years. Did for me 2 years of no progress until December. For me, plateaus I feel are learning and market cycles and how to adapt. What's up, Stunner? How much you make, Stunner? How much did you make shorting? I did not hold the short. Not hold it, did not take it. Staying very disciplined. Russia's data show that crude output stayed below the OPEC plus target in June. 28 minutes until US 6-month and 3-month bill. I'm not really worried that much about it, but it is news on the docket. Video is now down 1%. Appreciate your trades. Yeah, you gotta be able to introspect on losses, guys. You have to learn where you went wrong and adapt next time. That is why introspection, recording your trades, is crucial and most important. If you record your trading, you're already beating the majority. The majority do not record their trading. Excuse me. Had to sneeze. Very slow, very slow. I hate slow markets like this. Hit it, hit it, hit it. ES flushing lower. Nvidia is down 1.1%. Tesla's down 7.5%. Google's down 1.4%. Amazon's up 0.1%. Microsoft is down 0.3%. Meta is up 0.9%. Apple is down 0.75%. Netflix is down 1%. MicroStrategy down 0.6%. Palantir is up 0.7% on the day. ES getting a little bounce, NQ getting a little bounce. This pivot point is holding. Wish you all the best with that, Emerald. Good luck with that indicator. Good luck. Stunner was tempted to short a stock actually, but decided to wait and see. Went down 14%. Had a feeling it would go downhill before weekend when the market opened, but didn't want to risk it all. Yeah. If you can control emotion, understand people out there win, so you can, but if only 1 to 2% are profitable consistently, you just gotta try an esports game and try to get to top 1% about as hard as pivot session. Okay, either my reading is trash, which it is, but you need to spell check some of your stuff. Yeah, man, have me reading that. I actually appreciate watching you because I would lose my mind day trading, but getting into vibe like a community like yours makes the process of watching charts much easier. Thanks for streaming. I type fast, my bad, lol. I can tell, Admiral. No problem, Dimension. That is one of the key reasons I started. To create a community of like-minded people, like-minded individuals chasing similar goals, at least in one aspect or another, and that's exactly what we have even currently. A lot of people are ninja watchers too. They just chill out, trade behind the scenes, and you cannot fault them. ES looks like it wants to pop up, but I really don't want to take it long until the NQ 200 SMA. We'll just have to wait for our targets and pounce. Pounce like a kitten purring in the night. About to bounce. ES wants to come lower. NQ is currently down 0.7%. ES is down 0.57%. What, you didn't like that day? Very slow start. ATR sitting at 17. ES is kind of coiling up. We'll see. This is all I do, EF. Well, technically I have like 3 jobs right now. Social media, trading, I train for running. I'm also building software. So tackle on like five jobs. I'm building like 3 software, the simulator, mentorship. I also am working on another one that I just thought of over the weekend. And there's a lot to that, a lot of puzzle pieces and a lot more. I should rush something out, to be fair, but I kind of just want to just tinker with it more and more, just get it really dialed in and then release the product. But yeah, you can tag on. There's a lot. The social media stuff is not easy. I'll tell you that. It's very time consuming. A lot of people think they can just start. You gotta make thumbnails, titles, description. And if you're multi-streaming to different platforms, which I am, you gotta do that for all of them. Then you gotta connect it. And there's a lot that goes into it. It took me a month to figure out the multi-streaming software that I created on my own. There's just certain little tweaks you need to do to get everything to work flawlessly every single day. You need to schedule the video on some platforms for them to go live. You need to create stream keys every single day on some platforms. You need to just etc. Create shorts, create videos, live stream, etc. Then you add on top of that actually performing, trading, and then you add on top of that creating the software, and then running, which I am doing behind the scenes. I'm going for mean reversion on it. The last mile to a project is hard. Yeah, but starting is the hardest. Anything you want to do, just begin. Begin immediately, begin rapidly. Do not even think about it. Just go. Because that is where most people fail. They overthink and they do not start. You need to start if it's something you really want to do. I've been watching you for a while. I was wondering how you pay time into trading. I feel like putting time into it is the hardest part into trading. That is why I locked myself in here, lads. I locked myself in here. No matter what, I have an obligation, no matter what, to begin at 9:30 a.m. EST every single day. No matter what, I'm here. No matter what, at least for the time being, at least for the next year or two. And we'll see where it goes from there. But for the time being, I have dedicated and locked myself in, no matter what. So Dale, these are prop firm accounts, most of them. These are prop firm accounts. Some are funded, some are not. Most are eval, to be fair. Take profit account, 150K. You can get up to 4,500 in drawdown. And these Apex accounts, you can get up to 7,500 in drawdown. Now, 35 contracts on the Apex account, 15 contracts on the take profit. And yeah. Appreciate the follow, Jack, Zach, Stan, Rick. Appreciate you. I work 10 to 12 hour a day. I go for month swing option contracts. You set your account to a cash account and you can't borrow or go negative. I've got 1 to 3 days to decide on an entry. Just depends. You got the time. Can day trade. You don't swing. Very rarely do I swing. Very rarely. Very rarely. I'm usually just day trading. Now, before streaming, I would immerse myself in the markets, immerse myself in news, just anywhere from 4 to 2 hours before market open at 9:30 a.m. I would be watching the markets, studying the news, watching videos on the news, just prepping myself, immersing myself, trying to predict where it was going to go. And now we do not do that. I'm kind of already immersed in the news enough to know where it's going to swing. Enough, generally, long-term wise. I really dialed in the past couple months and I got the news pretty much down packed. But I still get some things wrong. You cannot predict everything. Some days I execute flawlessly, predict the whole day. Some days like today, I don't know. I think it's going to come down to the 2-hour SMA. And then we'll get a bounce somewhere. It'll probably wake through a little bit. Get a bounce somewhere at this 20,848 level. Which is also a pivot point just below the 2-hour SMA. But to be fair, it could bounce right at the 2-hour SMA. Could not come down at all. Could start propping here, bounce up. Low volatility, 1582R. After a 4th of July 4-day weekend. I have no idea what this is going to do. Very low news. very low volatility. You got in 45 minutes. Trump is starting to release these tariff and deal letters. I am pleased to announce that the United States tariff letters and/or deals with various countries from around the world will be delivered starting 12 p.m. Eastern, Monday, July 7th. That is coming from Trump 13 hours ago on Truth Social. So that's today, 12 p.m., 45 minutes. World leaders will be receiving that, and they will be responding. NQ getting above that pivot point, trying to get above the 20 May. Good, Goku. Appreciate the follow. How are you? All right, let's see how you guys are stacking up for the day. This is the regular YouTube stream. 45% are profitable, 9% are negative, 45% are learning. I have 11 votes. These are the YouTube short stream. 44 votes. 36% profitable, 18% are negative, 45% are learning. Just watching and learning. I am from the US, Goku. Dimension: consistency, hard work, discipline, willpower. They all combine into each other. You gotta stay disciplined. You gotta have the willpower to stay disciplined. You gotta be consistent. Have to be. Goku, I'm not interested in graphic design. Appreciate it though. Not interested. I'm trading the Nasdaq. Not exactly where I want to short. Not exactly. Roll these. Somebody wants to flush down. The faster it flushes down, the more I'll want to go long. This could flush down 40, 50, 60 points in a matter of a minute or two. I like it a lot. %, EF, 100%. EF said to note, people can be positive for a long time, then eventually go negative. It's usually because of emotions during your trades. 1,000,000%. And you get very cocky once you start making a lot of money. And you have to, that's why you have to trade the execution, not the result. You have to trade the execution, not the result. At least for me. You guys can do whatever you want. Whatever you want. At least for me, execution, not the results. I do not have day goals. I barely have week goals. I do have some monthly goals, but all them goals can be just swiped away in the matter of a second. They are not hardline goals. I do not chase them. They're just little things I think about here and there, but that's about it. As long as I'm green on the year, the quarter, it's really all I care about. Green enough, obviously. But even if I have an amazing quarter, then I have a little negative quarter, which very rarely happens. But God forbid, let's say it happens, then it'll balance itself out. And is what it is. Gotta be willing to take the downturns. What's up, Sadri? Appreciate you. Appreciate the kind words, Sadri. Appreciate you. Same to you. I wish you all the mindful and risk-conscious trading as well. No FOMO, no tilt. Just striving towards your goals long term. Wish you all the best. Appreciate the kind words. What's up, Dimension? What's up? What's up? What's up? Didn't mean you didn't learn. Appreciate the follow, Sandy. It should flush down. This market is not the best. Fed bids for 6-month bill total 4.2 billion. Fed bids for 3-month bill total 4.7 billion. Trump trade advisor Navarro says Powell's rate hold is inflicting serious damage. Powell is causing lost revenue and higher interest payments. Americans are feeling acute financial pain. He calls for the Fed board to intervene against Powell's stance. 7 minutes until a U.S. 6-month and 3-month bill, high yield and bid to covers come out. Try to bounce a little bit. We're above that pivot point, to be fair. Nvidia is now down 0.8%. Tesla's down 7.2%. Google's down 1.3%. One big consolidation zone. It's consolidating right under the resistance of the 80-point consolidation range. I call that the gambler's trap. You win big, you risk more, you lose more. Yep. 100% stunner. 100%.
Order filled.
It went too long. I'm gonna put a stop.
Order submitted.
Stop right below this low. May get stopped out immediately. Down 100. Down 50. 2 contracts long. Looking for a wick up. ES coming up slightly. I think the NQ5 man wants to tap the 20 May. We're above the pivot point, above the 20 May. May reject here to be fair. That's why we have a stop. About a 12-point stop. Take a little risk. Could be wrong. That's why we have a stop. I think it's going to flush down to the 200 SMA, but in the meantime, I'm looking for a wick up. We'll see. We'll see. Up 20, up 40, up 50, 2 contracts long. Okay. Looking for it to wick up 100, up 150. Looking for 8 more points. Up 200. A little more. A little more. A little more wick. Up 230. Just taking it there. Too slow. Not playing around this market when I think it's coming down. The true target was this 21 EMA. 22,921. It's about to hit it. What's up, Giannis? Hopefully you guys had an amazing weekend. I spent it with family mostly. I did get a lot of work done this week. Got a lot of work done. And I also came up with a very good idea that I'll only be saying to the members, the YouTube members. That's the only people I'll be saying it to. And once I have it flushed out, nothing concrete yet. I also have not forgotten about you guys. I have not forgotten about you guys. I promise you guys analysis from Wednesday, trading day. I did not forget about that. I did not do it, but I did not forget about it. And also videos and shorts. I have not forgotten. So... Good job, Giannis. Good stuff. I held for about 5 points. Easy money. Easy money. Is it though? Gotta sit through this market. Is it easy money? Not right now, Dimension. Not right now. I'm not in a trade right now. We just took a long for a little 5 points. Wanted to hold for about 12, but looks like it wants to tap that range. NQ's above the 20 May, above that pivot point. We have a pivot point to the upside, 22,961. Also coincides with the consolidation resistance. We have a key psychological pivot point at 23,000. Tapping that range. Tapping the trend line. Resistance trend line. We're rejecting a little bit. NQ 5 minutes above the 21 EMA to be fair. Looking at the percentages of the stocks right now, which you guys can too as well. That's why I put it on the screen. Get a little rejection from the trendline resistance. Tapping the 21 EMA. We'll see. See if we get a bounce. It breaks through the trend line, goes to that pivot point up top at 22,961. Or if it breaks down and flushes down to the 2-hour SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart, which is at 22,868. See. It's tapping the 20 May, tapping that pivot point. Let's see if we break it. See if we break it, flush lower. Keep 5 minutes below 20 May. Trying to give it some time. Very low volatility, ATR's at 13. But there are opportunities to come. Just gotta stay patient, wait for the targets. Get a little bounce. See. ES coming lower. In Q5 May, tap 20 May. I think it's going to flush lower. See. Really depends what Nvidia and Tesla want to do. Nvidia is trying to come up, to be fair. Okay. Might have been manipulation on the ES because things are starting to look a little up. They're battling. The bulls and bears are battling. Bulls are trying to push this to the NQ 30-minute VWAP to the 23,000, and the bears are trying to pull this all the way down to the 200 SMA, if not lower. We are still gapped down 140 points. Thursday's close was at 23,062. We're gapped down 140 points. Trying to break out of this range. Tapping the range, trying to break out of it. Let's see. Created a higher low. May create a higher high. Very brutally slow market. Very brutal. Make sure you guys finalize your votes. We'll take a look at it at at the vote in a couple minutes. Appreciate the follow, Squared. Appreciate you. If you guys have not already, make sure you smash that like button. Very slow market. Nothing I can really do. Could start trading something else, but kind of want to save this this crypto trading for a more volatile day. Just when the NQ is a little slow, but Bitcoin's still pretty volatile. It's just a very slow day in general. Smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. After you subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. So if you want to join the ride, if you want to be a part of the insiders, join the community, subscribe. We're live every single day for market open. What do you say? You are a bear or bull kind of guy? I mean, I naturally want the markets to go up, but today I'm kind of a bear. I want this thing to just flush down as fast as possible. The faster the better. As fast as possible to the 200 SMA, and then get a pop somewhere around this 200 SMA, which is this purple line at 22,886, or a little below that. A little below that at this pivot point. This is a key pivot point. Key range. I want this to wick down as fast as possible. And it may happen in 17 minutes. Little the tariff letters, the deals with the country, the US is sending them out at 12 p.m. EST in 17 minutes. That is when it begins. What's up, Malad? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Malad. That is a lower high. Yes, flashing down. See. Yeah, I'm trying to stay patient. Trying. I want to join this short because it's a lower high. ES is coming lower, but kind of in the middle of of two convictions right now. NQ5 mid also just lost the 20 mid, trying to reclaim it. Also got back into that consolidation range. We'll see. EF says market is weird sometimes. The tariffs could be overly priced in. No idea if it will go up or down. Yeah. The coins are very bearish. What other markets do you normally trade? This is pretty much it I mentioned. I trade Nasdaq futures. I day trade that. And then we're going to start implementing some Bitcoin trading. Future derivatives, and we could touch other coins, but really Bitcoin's the main one. About to tap that range, about to tap the pivot point. See. Give us a nice 80-point wick down. Little 80-point wick down. There we go. Little wick, little wick. So far, 10, 15 points. Wicking through the range, wicking through the pivot point. Appreciate you, Dimension. Appreciate you. It's wicking through the range. Could be manipulation down to send us up. I'm assuming that was news of some kind. That was the 3-month and 6-month bill. U.S. Treasury, the 3-month and 6-month bill auction face technical issue. Excuse me. They face technical issue. I have not seen that before. Okay, that's interesting. EC Press von der Leyen. Europe must show strength in trade negotiations with the U.S. Russian Foreign Minister is ready to supply Iran with enriched uranium at a level sufficient for a peaceful nuclear program. EC Press von der Leyen participates in the EP preliminary debate. Don't know if that's worth watching or not. Yeah, it's getting below that pivot point, getting outside the range. Pivot point to the downside at 22,886. Low of day, low of pre-market is that red line, 22,882. Below that is the 200 SMA on the NQ30 minute chart. Below that is a very key level pivot point, 22,848. We'll see. We will see. It's trying to bounce back into the range. Ten minutes until that key news comes out. We'll see if it could be delayed, to be fair. They're just sending the letters out to announce the trade deals, probably faxing them over to the office of every single country they can name. We'll see. Ooh, good luck, Tom. Good luck, good luck. Tom said long to 23,100. Good luck, my friend. Waking up, tapping the 20 May. Still gap down 140 points. Does not seem we're going to feel that today. We'll see. Trump tweeted 1 hour ago, Brazil is doing a terrible thing on their treatment of former President Jair Bolsonaro, or whatever. I have watched as the world has, as they have done nothing but come after him day after day, night after night, month after month, year after year. He is not guilty of anything except having fault for the people. I have gotten to know Jair, and he was a strong leader who truly loved his country, also a very tough negotiator on trade. His election was very close, and now he is leading in the polls. There is nothing more or less than an attack on a political opponent, something I know much about. It happened to me 10 times, and now our country is the hottest in the world. The great people of Brazil will not stand for what they are doing to their former president. I'll be watching the witch hunt of Jair and his family and thousands of his supporters very closely. The only trial that should be happening is the trial by the voters of Brazil. It's called an election. Leave Bolsonaro alone. That came out about an hour ago from Trump. Seven minutes. Not expecting news right away, but see. Appreciate you, ATG. ATG says, I cannot be here all the time, but I'm listening whenever I can. Stay strong. Appreciate you, ATG. Staying patient. Below the 20 meg again, below that range, below the pivot point. Mod says, what do you think about Tesla going up? This is this is mainly from Elon creating a third political party called American Party or whatever, and Trump responding to that, people rebelling more against Tesla, but long term it's I believe it's going to go up long term. I mean, you got the Optimus coming out later this year or early next year. That's when it's supposed to come out. It may get delayed a little bit. You have the Cybercab launch, which had it up like 20% or something like that. It's gonna take a couple years, maybe half decade, decade. Coiling up. A little wick. So far, wick up 20 points. Stunner can never be unlinked from him. I mean, he is literally... I mean, you remove Elon from Tesla. I mean, what value does it have? I mean, they have the supercharging power stations. That's $1 billion business in itself. Then you have the car manufacturing, but he is literally the brains. He's the innovation. He is the creative just direction that company goes. Same with SpaceX. Same with the Boring Company. I mean, you remove Elon. Oof. Little less emotion, Milad. I use a 2-minute chart because it's a little less emotion, a little less volatile. Just slow everything down a little bit. Easier to see the when it curls over, when it rounds up, a little less manipulation on it. But I have the NQ 2-minute, NQ 5-minute, NQ 30-minute, ES 1-minute. So yeah, I don't think he should be removed, but his politics affected a lot. Yeah, in the short term, I mean, he's not a dumb person, so obviously he's doing all this for a reason. There is control and chaos. It's getting above that trend line. Pivot point to upside 22,961. Starner says Tesla good investment long term, but short term the market loves to short it. It's nuts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's only like 2 to 3 stocks that are true innovators. They're truly envisioning, planning for, thinking of the future. Tesla, Nvidia. It's pretty much it. Palantir a little bit. Google is going to be in the mix. Not a lot, Sentry. We've only taken 3 trades today. I was about to take that long, but I decided to just let it go. Let it go. Build some more structure out. Yeah, AMD, yeah. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about AMD. I also haven't researched it a lot, but I don't know. Kind of feel like they're going to be phased out. Need to do more research into AMD. Yeah, I know, EF, I know. I just don't... I don't know. AMD has fallen behind in so many things in previous times. I just think they're going to falter a little bit again. EF said AMD is the top of the CPU game and the best competitor against Nvidia. They are. You did have a lot of AI companies announcing that they're moving away from Nvidia and going to AMD, so they're advancing at a good rate consumer-wise, and think within 5 years they'll start competing with Nvidia AI-wise. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of competitors. AMD, Nvidia. You have, I forget the other ones. There's a Chinese, well, Nvidia's kind of linked to China a little bit, but even though it's a US company, they miraculously get certain chips and brand new versions of chips, even though they're blocked. But China still receives it. All by mistake. And Q is just going. Pivot point at 22,961. It is 12:01. We'll see if we start hearing press releases, world leaders talking about the United States tariff letters and/or deals. They will be delivered starting 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 7th. That is right now and today. Thank you. 5 minutes above the 20 May. Yes, tapping the 100 MA, getting a little rejection. EF said they're taking over the CPU side of data centers. He's referring to AMD. But the CPU is a lot less important versus the GPUs in most data centers these days, and really needs to hit Udina out of the park to catch up. We're up so far around 550, 600 today. Not a lot of trading. I'm not taking a lot of trades. Taking it very slow. Had the conviction that I was going down to the 200 SMA and went against that. I almost took it at the trend line break. Would have rode it for a nice 20 points, but decided against it. Decided to just let it go. Decided to let it go. Right now, it's just grinding up. Little 20, 30 point wick up on 1 2-minute candle. Then a little consolidation on the next. And then a wick up again. Just grinding up. Yeah, agreed, Stunner. Agreed. NQ 30 minute above the VWAP, tapping the 100 MA. All right, let's watch some of this news. Okay. This is so this is 2 days ago, the July 4th event. While we wait for a trade, we're gonna watch some news, catch up on the news. I would normally do this after stream. But we'll just do it on stream since we have some time. I'm waiting for a trade.
We do have President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump.
Guys, did not see this. You guys did not see this. This is President Trump addressing the nation, so to speak, but really the White House, and signing the bill during the White House 4th of July event. The big, beautiful bill that passed the Senate and the House. Listen to that, but we'll go right to his speech.
Especially after what happened just a week ago, when you look at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission, and I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls,
What's up,
that
Siobhan?
our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years.
I'm good, I'm
We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happening.
Do you guys watch these videos in 2x speed or 1x? I'm a 2x speed watcher, but I'm listening to this in 1x just for you guys.
Happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police or firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important, because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military, and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. And we have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history, Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. They say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job. Incredible. Just a flawless, one of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country. and they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration, total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots showed our enemies what a...
And Q went up to close to the pivot point, 22,961. Now it's wicking down. This can still be a higher low. We'll see. May want to wick down to the 20, may want to wick down to this range again. We'll see.
Means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you, and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan, maybe the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. So we are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to you last president like that, I can tell you. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did. And what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states also.
May have an opportunity. We'll see. Pause that for a minute. Bitcoin down 0.8%. It's bringing back into this range. I think it may want to go higher. The real short opportunity is at 23,000. But even there, it's a little high risk. Kind of want to take a short. It's a little premature. The ES, if you guys see right here, is just consolidating around 100 MA. And it's below the VWAP, below the 200 SMA. May want to wake up, tap it. The NQ 30 minute is above the VWAP, tapping the 100 MA. So it's a little risky of a short because the ES may want to pop to the VWAP, pop to the 200 SMA. It's been below it for a while, about 2 hours, hour and a half for now. May want to pop. I also starting to lose the conviction of the NQ tapping the 200 SMA. It's a little over and done with by now. We are still gap down 110 points. Maybe wick a little bit above the 100 MA on the NQ 30 minute chart. Then pull back to the VWAP, start along there. We'll see. I'll come back.
7 swing states.
I'll come back if there's an opportunity.
We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is the triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy. And I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote. And we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia.
Wake up.
And it was all proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So
we're getting a little movement from the market. It just wicked up 10 points to that pivot point. Pivot point at 22,960. Let me look for news real quick. And a little fake up, and now it's dropping. It wicked back into the range. Let's see how it reacts around the 20 May. No news so far. Looking for a Trump tweet. Big wick down. Big wick down. 30, 40 point wick down. What is this? Republic of Korea. Trump is releasing. Okay, so we have a tariff war starting. We have Japan. We have the Republic of Korea. Big wick down to that pivot point. Just taking it slow. I'm assuming it's going to come a lot lower. Alright, so dear Mr. President, this is the White House. It's a great honor for me to send you this letter, and it demonstrates the strength, commitment, blah, 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 deficiency, blah, 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 blah. Starting on August 1st, 2025, we will charge Korea a tariff of only 25% on any and all Korean products sent to the United States, separate from all sectorial tariffs. Goods transshipped. Very big wick down. About to tap the 200 SMA. Alright, let's get active. Factoring. Oh, he also said if you raise them, we will add on to the 25% that we charge. That's to the Korea. He sent the same one to Japan, I believe. So Japan and Korea got the same ones. Tapping the 200 SMA, falling down. I want it a little lower. A little lower. We need to check the charts. Okay, this may come down to 22,827 before we get a bounce. A little lower. It would be safer to join the short. Tapping the 2-hour SMA, going below it. Wicking down, wicking down. That news came straight from Truth Social. Straight from Truth Social. Tapping that pivot point. Very volatile. I'm not so far. Trump publishes trade letter to South Korea, U.S. to set 25% tariff on South Korea. Okay. That's all that's came out so far. I have not traded those. What are you feeling? The analysis of the situation. What are you looking to do? Well, I was going to take a long off this pivot point. That's the whole conviction, but just chilling. Just chilling. Very risk off today. What I think is tariffs already pretty much priced in. So it's going to have a short-term reaction to the downside, be a little bearish for an hour or two. It'll trend down. There's also other countries. Be prepared. This is going to happen all throughout today. Be prepared. It just started. Did not end. It just started. They're the first 2 countries to get a letter. Yep, 910, I know. I know. Tapping the 2-hour SMA on the 30-minute chart, bouncing. Bridge to the file, Michael, aim. It's above that pivot point. Pivot point to the upside, 22,909. 21 EMA up there as well. Let's clean up the chart. Tapping that 2-hour SMA again. Really gotta stay up to date with news. So far, just some 2 countries, Japan and South Korea. Linked below, Travis, FinancialJuice, and also Truth Social, directly from Trump. Directly from the source. Zoom out a bit. Really don't think this is going to fall. But any news, again, they're only the first 2 countries' letters to come out. He said it starts at 12 and was 20 minutes delayed. So we'll see what he releases next. Pretty good pivot point at 22,781. Trying to bounce above the 200 SMA. Very good key point at 22,595. I don't know if it's going to get that low. Just getting prepared. Finding pivot points right now. Hold on. All right. It's at a pivot point, guys. That's why it's resisting. That's why I drew the pivot points to begin with. It's trying to fall below the pivot point, 22,886. It bounced off the pivot point, 22,848. Pivot point below that, 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Trump tweeted if Japan raises tariffs, they will be added to 25% levy. 25% tariff on South Korea goods effective August 1st. What we just read. Yeah, we'll wait for other countries. Voyager Technologies new IPO is down 4%. QCOM's down 1.8%. AMD is down 1.8%. Alibaba is down 2%. GME is down 2.3%. ES is below the 100 MA, 200 SMA, and VWAP. Appreciate the follow, Luke. Tapping that pivot point, tapping that range. 21 EMA right above that. Good luck, Dimension. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Not a lot of not trading like I normally do today. Just de-risked off, coming back from a 4-day weekend, so I'm taking it a little unusually slow. I was about to long that. I was about to short. I was gonna long right here, like the pivot point. It would have worked flawlessly. I was also about to short up here. When it tapped this pivot point, ranges. Did not execute. Did not take it. Did not take it. That's what we were looking for. ATR is now at 27. $100-point wick down. That's the best opportunity we're probably gonna get all day. We'll see. Trump released 2 countries deals. Miguel, I do expect to go further up. News was out as expected. Okay, what do you expect, Chris? There's gonna be very volatile trading. It's gonna be very volatile trading. So 14 hours ago, I am pleased to announce that the United States tariff letters and/or deals with various countries from around the world will be delivered starting 12 p.m. Eastern, Monday, July 7th. That is right now. He started by doing South Korea and Japan, and it's going to be sporadic throughout the day and just hit you whenever he wants. So far above that pivot point, above the 20 May. Most of this tariff stuff is already priced in, but as you can see, it still has a short-term reaction. 100-point wick down. It's priced in by institutional, but retail is retail. Very minimal lag, if any, on TradingView. Very minimal. It's rejecting that 20 May for now. Zachary, we're just taking it slow. 4-day weekend. I'm not trying to ramp back in too fast. Low risk off today. Just slowing down, make sure I'm reading the markets right. I didn't really stay up to date with news too much over the weekend. But to be fair, the intuition's been there. I just have not executed on it. I've hit 4 in a row of where I would have entered. But it's all woulda, shoulda, coulda. Did not execute it. But it's there. Wonder if he's gonna release them every 30 minutes, 25 minutes, every hour. Wonder how he's gonna do this. He also is probably cognizant that he doesn't want to tank the markets. We'll see. And Q5 man tapped in 20 May. I think the ES wants to tap the VWAP to our SMA, starting to get towards the 100 MA. Breaking below the 50% fib retracement. Pivot point to the downside at 22,886. And Q5 minute 20 may reject it. We'll see. Kind of leaning towards a long here, but I don't want to be against this trade deal. And then I'm in a trade in just 1 second and get wicked out. Not that bright. He released that Japan and South Korea news 20 minutes ago. Tesla's down 7.3%. Google's down 1.4%. Amazon flipped red. How frequent is he going to release those? I'm in with 2 contracts long. I think he's going to delay this a little bit, see how the market reacts. We're going to put a stop right below the 50% fib retracement. Could get stopped out immediately. We'll just test the waters a little bit. Down 100, down 200, down 300. Needs to get above that pivot point. Needs to get above the 20 May. Needs to get above the NQ5 minute 20 May. We'll see. Yeah, it's kind of creating a lower high. This 50% fib retracement doesn't hold, and it does not look like it wants to. Then this can contain back down to the 200 SMA. We are against the tariff news, to be fair. About to get stopped out. That's why I put a stop.
Order filled.
And stopped. May try again in a minute. I think he's going to space this out, so the ES is going to want to tap the VWAP. Unsure. Below that range. Below the 50% fib. Below the pivot point. Below the 20 May. Tesla is trying to come up. Video's falling. Google's falling. Amazon flipping red. Yes. S&P 500 E-mini futures. Yes. What's up, Marco? We're getting a little bounce on the 61.8% fib. That pivot point as well. You can demo NQ. Depends what you use. Going all right. I'm not in long. I just got back from Mexico. Every morning I watch your live and get inspired, bro. Thank you. No problem, Isaiah. Just got back from Mexico, huh? Mexico, huh? NQ exclamation point. You can demo trade on TradingView. TradingView. Tap into 2-hour SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Alright, let's go. Get a bounce on the 2-hour SMA. Flushing through the 2-hour SMA. Let's see if it holds. Nvidia coming lower. Tesla coming lower. I mentioned, you literally just have a trading. This is TradingView. I mean, TradingView. Excuse me. This is TradingView right here. So you go to NQ1 exclamation point or MNQ for micros, minis, and then you pull up the tab here, trading panel. You go to paper trading. Paper trading right here in the tab. And you can trade whatever symbol you want. No problem, no problem. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. We're flashing through the 2-hour SMA. Trying to wait to see how he spaces these out. To be fair, it could release some every an hour. He's also very conscious of the market, so even though he says he's not really paying attention to it, he does. We're below 2-hour SMA. Pivot point to the downside, 22,848. About to tap that pivot point to the upside, 22,886. Appreciate the follow, Lee. Trying to get above the 61.8% fib. Bouncing off the 2-hour SMA on that Q 30-minute chart. What's up, Denard? Going good, Denard. It's going good. Pretty slow. Did not execute what I should have. But low uncertain environment. Just taking it slow. Nasdaq future indices. NQ. Tapping the 2-hour SMA again. This is a downtrend because of the tariff news. Tariff and deal with South Korea and Japan. Japan. The Japan. No, I'm not. I'm not in short. I'm not in a trade right now. No trade right now. Tesla's coming lower. Nvidia's coming lower. Google's coming lower. Amazon now down 0.4%. Palantir's up 2.6% on the day. And Q sitting at 0.88% down. ES sitting at 0.93% down. Really? Caroline Levitt is speaking. That's unprompted. Caroline Levitt's White House press briefing in 4 minutes. Very interesting. Very interesting. Unprompted. Was not scheduled. Impromptu. I'll put it on when she's live. Appreciate the follow, Nick. Trying to get above the 2-hour SMA again. It's trying. You have to decide for yourself, Ricky. You guys should be holding your own conviction, not following me and not trading my strategy. Hold your own conviction. Trade your own plan. I'm not a financial advisor. No financial advice. Entertainment, educational purposes only. Don't FOMO. Don't overtrade. Most importantly, there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. Only the next one.
Order filled.
One contract long, a little late, up 20, up 40, up 50, about to tap the 61.8% fib. Only one because it's a late start. Looking for it to go to the 20 May. Pop up to the 50% fib. We'll see. I add one more at the 2-hour SMA. Tap. We'll see if it truly breaks this range. Trump could release a piece of news also. Down 80, down 100. Them countries are supposed to be released. So one of them news and we're down. In with 2 contracts long. Down 200, down 240. I want this 2-hour SMA to hold. Does not want to hold. May get a wick down. It's holding for now. I want to pop up. It's got to go. Break outside the range. Go to the 20 May. Up 60, up 50, up 100. 2 contracts long. Up 150. What's up, silent trader? Appreciate you, silence. Moon. All right, that's a rejection of the range. Let's see. Still on that 2-hour SMA. Only looking for a bounce to the 21 May. Up to 200. Up to 50. 2 contracts long. Getting wick down. Fed paper flags. Ongoing risk of hitting 0 rate amid uncertain outlook. Breaking below the 2-hour SMA. Down 200, down 300, down 400, 2 contracts long. Going against the grain here. Looking for pop-up. Against the grain. Trying to bounce. It is trying to bounce off the 2-hour SMA. To be fair. Very nice. Taking it. Beautiful, beautiful pop. Beautiful, beautiful pop. If you blinked, you missed it. We made $313. If you blinked, you missed it. Exactly what we were looking for. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Our conviction is right. I just have not been executing on it till now. Very beautiful. Now we're breaking below the 2-hour SMA. Let's see if it's actually a true break. Nvidia's starting to come up a bit. Yep. We made 313 on that pop-up. I re-triggered that alert. I just wanted to see how it looked. We are still waiting for Caroline Levitt to begin speaking. Appreciate you, Chris. It's below the 2-hour SMA. We are waiting for Caroline Levitt to begin speaking. Just waiting. Waiting. Dimension, I'm trading on prop firm accounts linked to NinjaTrader. Prop firm accounts, 150K accounts are Take Profit Trader, and 300K accounts are Apex. I am phasing them Apex out. Phasing them Apex accounts out though. Excuse me. I'm very low energy today. Very low energy right now. It'll come back. Highs and lows. Fed paper flags ongoing risk of hitting zero rates amid uncertain outlook. The possibility of a Fed once again setting its short-term interest rate target at near zero levels at some point in this coming years remains real, despite current relative high levels of short-term borrowing costs. A new paper published jointly by the New York and San Francisco Fed Bank said. Okay. Still waiting for Caroline Levitt. It broke outside of the range. Does it want to pop up? Is the question. Is it all popped out? Popped up to the 21 EMA. We scalped it. Video's kind of coming up.
Order filled.
I'm in with one long. We'll see. It's going to be a fake out. Up 30, up 40. That's why I'm only with one. Appreciate the follow, Amp. And appreciate you. We could hit 5K subscribers on YouTube. Could be today. Up 60, up 70. A little bounce off the 2-hour SMA. Down 50, down 70. One contract long. Once Caroline Levitt begins speaking, I will put it on. We are waiting in limbo. Tap into our SMA again. We are 500 subscribers away, or 50 subscribers away from 5K on YouTube. 40th stream. Only the 40th stream. Breaking below the 2-hour SMA. See if it holds. Oh, 100% dimension. 100%. No matter what champions perform, they show up no matter what. No matter if you're low energy, did not eat, did not shower, did not work out, no matter what, you are here every single time, on time, no matter the cost. Up 80, up 90, up 100, up 120, up 150, one contract long. Tapping the 21 EMA. Just scalping 150. Only one contract, scalping it. A little too uncertain for me to hold it. Really should have held to this range. Should have held to this range pop up. 50% fib. Gonna hold. Appreciate Adris. Appreciate Day. Hey, Day, type in chat. Type in chat one more time. Appreciate it, Norman. What up? You're now a mod, Day. You've been here. You are constantly here, my friend. So you definitely deserve it. Use the power wisely. The whole chat's just filled with moderators because everyone I really fuck with. Excuse my language, but everyone who's mod was either here from day one, like Robert. Norman was here pretty early as well. Adris was here pretty early. Everyone modded. Toby. Everyone modded is day one, or they are core supporters. They're here almost every single day, just showing love, showing support, being positive, inspirational, motivational. Everyone benefits when people put their P&Ls. It's all about real life situations in the chat. A lot of it goes further than you guys think. It goes a lot further than you guys think. A lot more people benefit than you may think. Even just me reading it goes out to hundreds of people, thousands of people. So can affect some change for sure. Michael, we need more YouTube members. We need more YouTube members. I could replace the bear or bullish. I may do that. We need like 4 more YouTube members to open up an emote slot. We need more. I also need to ramp back up YouTube shorts. That's why the views have been a little low. I mean, they're right back on par, but I stopped posting shorts to focus on this software. But I really need to ramp that back up to 4 a day. Come on, guys. Miguel, instead of next time you put in a super chat for $25, $5, $25, whatever you put, don't super chat, gift subs, gift memberships. I have no idea how to do that on YouTube, but I believe you can. So instead of doing that, it does not have to be today, by the way. Whenever you do it next, because you are literally the top supporter on the channel so far, and we're only 40 streams in. But yeah, instead of doing that, you can gift memberships. I keep wanting to say gift subs, like we are on Twitch, but we don't have that yet. Is she speaking yet? Caroline Levitt, still waiting for this. We're above the 200 SMA, above the 20 MA. Trying to get above that range. Pivot point up top at 22,909. ES is still below the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. YouTube should introduce a function that lets you pay for someone else's YouTube channel's marketing. Like buy ads for them? Interesting. Very interesting. Bull in the house. Hey. If you have macro, can you not instantly record from the second before till you close it? You can. I'm not sure what that is referencing to. Macro. Oh, you're talking about for creating shorts. Yeah. I need to get a better PC. I need to get multiple. I need to have a streaming PC and then a trading PC. But that is, oof. That would take some time to set up. What the hell? Look at this candle. Oh, okay. I thought there was no wick. I thought there was no body to this candle. It literally was just a line. Make it, yeah, it would, Miguel. It would indeed. I press a hotkey, but then I also gotta remember to do it. And there's already a lot I gotta think about. Wouldn't make it easier though, to be fair. Okay, is Caroline Levitt ever going to speak? I mean, what is this? She was scheduled 16 minutes ago. Let me check for a Trump tweet. Make sure we're not going against any news. Same macro keys to start and stop recording. You can pay. Yeah, I could. We have 2 minutes until it's been 1 hour. I'm trying to see if he wants to release these every hour. Or what is going on? Pretty bearish wicks. These are not bullish wicks. NQ 5 minute rejecting the 21 EMA. The U.S. will not impose new 10% tariff against BRICS members immediately if anti-American policy actions are taken. Source familiar with the matter. We are going to the sky, boys. We'll see dimension. You can pay for your own marketing for your videos instead of donating money to the creator itself. You can pay such donate to market their content. I don't know if you followed me there. Yeah, I know you could it basically be just ads. You'd be paying for ads, but there's no point. We'll organically grow. It's no problem. This is only the 40th stream. This is only the second month of streaming. So most people have years. Most people are doing this for way more months before they reach 5K subscribers, if they do at all. I'm 100% fine with this slow progression. It also gives me time to slowly build in, slowly become more inept, and just slowly like gain the skills, gain the communication skills, and just pace everything correctly, add the certain elements I want, and build the software I want. Just gives me a lot more time. But trust me, I know how to ramp this up if I wanted to. And it's mainly through shorts, posting shorts to every single platform 4 times every single day, not missing a single beat. And that's how we started. But I did put that to the back burner just so I can focus on the software. Ah, Stu. Insider Stu, huh? You're officially an insider. That's crazy, Stu. Appreciate you. Insider Stu. Officially, welcome to the Insider Stu. Insider Stu. Cooking in the booth. Hey bro, my bad. Every now and then I end up popping in and out because I drive semi-trucks too. But yeah, I always led with positivity. It gets you way further in life. No problem, Dave. You guys do not have to type in chat if you guys are busy. Do not feel obligated. Just pop in here and there. You guys all have busy lives, complicated lives, so just come when you can. Not expecting anything. I'll be here regardless trading. Tapping that pivot point. Pivot point at 22,909. We have that key psychological pivot point. Little up top, 23,000. We'll see. We are still gapped down for the day. 140 points. Thursday's close was at 23,062. Little fast wick down. It's coming down with a little momentum right now. Make sure Trump didn't release anything. No, it's just the market. The letter basically states Japan and Korea's reciprocal rates from April 2nd will kick back in unless they come to a deal. And the White House has been threatening that for weeks. 37 counterparties take $218 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. Still waiting for Caroline Leavitt. She must be getting briefed or something. Appreciate you, Stu. Appreciate you. We'll see, Dimension. I mostly have you on in the background. No problem, Miguel. No problem, no problem. I appreciate you, though. Your setups and info help a lot, and it's cool kicking it with you on here and making money. Appreciate your day. I'm glad I can offer value to you guys. Really wanted that. And I know you guys have heard it before, but I'm really glad that you guys are gaining value, learning what to do, what not to do. Just glad I can have an impact, and it's a positive one. Okay, she's live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. I want to start by addressing the devastation from the tragic flash floods in Texas. Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide every assistance available. The situation on the ground remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you.
Thank you. Coming down, typing the 2 hour SMA.
Moving along to some further scheduling
Pivot point below to
Tonight,
22,848.
President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the president will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his second term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the president will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met the once-in-a-generation moment and codified the Make America Great Again agenda into law. After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured his trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans.
Big wake
that
up.
Will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it
Massive
at the
wake
most
up.
appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service
What is that?
publicly stated they had
Brazil, the world needs to find a way for transaction to not depend on the U.S. dollar.
You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children.
Who has the
And
news?
National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false, and it's just sad that
Nothing from Trump.
Just get one more.
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could.
EU will not be receiving
Sure.
letters
So I
sending
won't
out
get ahead
higher
of the Department of
tariffs
Homeland
from the
Security and
U.S.
additional countries, but as you
EU
pointed out, they did
sources.
end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because
so that's what that
TPS,
was.
temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted.
So again, that big pop-up was EU will not be receiving letters sending out higher tariffs from the U.S. EU sources. That does not come from the U.S. source.
Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do. And if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration used this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further. Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate it, Day.
Bessent said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea. But
Oh my gosh, Callie voice. Oh my
Sure,
gosh.
yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States.
12
And
other
weeks ago,
countries.
I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The president will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president, and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu today, I was just wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire.
He already has a billionaire husband.
That was sent to Hamas,
So
and
good
we
luck,
hope
Zalim.
that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind, so that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that, and these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it, and the President said it many times, you want to see an end to the war in Gaza. Will he give guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end? Because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And how do you see the next day? What the next day in Gaza will look like?
Look, right now,
Thank you. Is we can blow the 2-hour SMA on thank you 30-minute chart.
To get the Hamas to agree to this ceasefire. I don't want to comment on the details of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
She's the White House press secretary.
Two questions. Thank you,
So
Caroline.
Lynn.
The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA, given what officials have said is their critical role on the ground now in Texas?
Look, the president wants to ensure American citizens always have what they need during times of need. Whether that assistance comes from states or the federal government, that's a policy discussion that will continue. And the president has always said he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOGE, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies.
Seems like you really love it,
The
EF.
office was operating with 11 forecasters, and as Brian said, the union themselves said that there was adequate staffing. So I think those words speak for themselves, and the numbers speak for themselves. This was a once-in-a-century flash flood, a tragic natural disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more, hold on, one more.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael, in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. Comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents.
Good to hear,
Again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that, Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox
Let's see how she obfuscates.
Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's not a client
Right
list.
now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending
true,
in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Kate.
Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago, I said the president thought maybe an Iran deal was not necessary, but of course the president is always interested in peace and diplomacy. That remains true.
I mean, who believes that there's no client list for Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, all we heard is client list, client list. To be fair, that could be a...
delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. Is that an acknowledgement that perhaps the administration found it more difficult to negotiate these trade deals, or whatever happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
No, it's an acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests. Josh.
A couple more on the tariffs. You said about 12 more letters. There were about 55 or so countries, including the EU as a bloc, that were facing this tariff increase. All of those, to understand you correctly, are now deferred to August 1st, right?
Correct.
What's up, Gapper?
On the 12, what happens with the remaining, whatever it would be, 40 something?
So just 12 today. There will be additional letters in the coming days.
So all of them are going to get a letter at some point?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me why he decided to start
Good
with
job,
South Korea
Gapper.
and Japan? Are they annoying him?
It's the president's prerogative, and those are the countries he chose.
We're waking down a little bit on NQ.
Start understanding that these continue to be a separate track. We're still waiting on a bunch of those.
That's
Can you
right.
give us any timing update on when he's going to move on, for instance, semiconductor tariffs and other things that are still in the hopper?
I don't have a timing update, but for where they are in the process, I would defer you to the Department of Commerce.
Should we expect deals finally as well? He announced this Vietnam deal. Are you close on any other countries?
The president and the administration, yes, we are close. But again, the president wants to ensure these are the best deals possible. And I would add just one more thing on trade and tariffs to wrap it up. Look at the extensive work this president has put into cutting these good deals and doing what's right for the American worker. He is literally looking at the map and looking at every country on the planet and seeing where they are ripping off the American people, seeing where they have hollowed out our industrial base, seeing where our jobs have gone to other countries overseas because of their tariff policies, and he's trying to correct that. So this is decades of bad trade policy that has led to a deficit that is ravaging our country, that is ravaging our middle class, and the president is taking a very deliberate approach to correcting this wrong of many decades, of many past presidents. And so I think he should be commended for the time and the effort that he is putting into this. And the fact that he has announced a framework with China, a trade deal with the United Kingdom, a trade deal with Vietnam, and many others to come in just a matter of 6 months is truly historic, and it's a testament to this president and his trade team who are working around the clock
Good job,
to get this
mister.
done.
Good job.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions on Iran. What's the permanent deal with Iran looks like for the president, and what issues related to Iran should it cover? And secondly, has the president seen the interview with Iranian president, which he says that the United States president, Mr. Trump, is capable enough to guide the regions toward the peace and a brighter future, and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict? Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think it's true that the president is the right man for the job to move the direction, this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction. Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank
Sure.
you.
And then in front of you.
Okay, a couple questions for you. First, on
Y'all need name tags signed.
First question on the flooding in Texas.
Sure.
I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours, so while many people were likely sleeping. Can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping, because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of flash flooding. At 6:22 p.m. July 3rd, National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Caryville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
One question on education funding
Go
for
ahead.
states
Thank you
and
very
local
much. I appreciate it,
districts.
Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
And also a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me?
Hi,
Caroline. Thank you. Ahead of
And then you can go too, since you're so eager.
ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, you're putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a rebuilding of Gaza once this war is over. This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings, and the president has a big heart. He wants this to be a prosperous, safe part of the region where people and families can thrive, and there will be a need for a real rebuilding effort when the time comes. But right now we need to end this war, and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight?
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Right, thank you.
Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE, Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that, and do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if...
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump already saw the letter that the Colombian President Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Charter Affairs in Colombia. Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you.
Caroline?
Sure, go ahead. Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics.
I love how excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go after.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS
That's right.
will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from?
That is a
to
very
avoid
small
being subject
room.
to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On illegal immigrants, Reuters Tom Holman told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 illegal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to
Good
hire
question.
additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in the upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place.
Well, we didn't
because
get
of
an
their
answer,
efforts.
but-
And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work.
That was
they
a
are
very
already
good
doing.
question,
I think
though.
Every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you,
Caroline. Raquel. And then I
Man,
can go
it's
to
like
you.
wild hyenas.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
As promised, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, he's talking about now the ceasefire, but does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role?
Or second or third language.
To continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump," for the aid and for the meals that they have received, because the previous administration never did that for some reason. But this president, again, wants to see peace and stability in the region. So as I outlined previously, he views this part of the region as having a real chance at being peaceful and prosperous. But again, we need to end this war. We need to get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian News. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine?
at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians. Was
Sure.
that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight related to the region and just the entire world. So this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact, this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letters seriously because they have taken the president seriously, and that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all will continue to see these letters released on the President's Truth Social, and we will see you all later. Thank you, guys.
Alright, so a little synopsis on that press briefing of Caroline Leavitt at it was scheduled for 1 p.m. It started around 1:30. So 12 more letters are due for today, and they will all be released via Truth Social, Trump's Truth Social. 12 more letters. South Korea and Japan have already received their deal/tariff letters. Also, they are denying now the Jeffrey Epstein client list, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Also had some talk about Iran, Israel, what they're going to do with Gaza, etc. That'll be interesting for tonight. We won't be streaming, but it'll be interesting for tonight when Trump meets Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu at around 6:30 p.m. Trump is also due to sign executive orders at 4 p.m. Also, the flood in Texas. They stated that there was plenty of warning beforehand, before the affected areas got hit. Also, there was a shooting in Texas. I believe 98 confirmed killed in that flood in Texas. 98. They're basically just denying the Epstein list, like, in its entirety. They're saying it's not there, and they completed their analysis and said that it's not a thing. It's not real. When it's been confirmed by so many people to actually be a reality. But I was thinking that they might have said that to create the conspiracy. The CIA loves to implant conspiracies and just create the chaos and mold the chaos. So they could have said there's a client list just to, like, perpetuate that chaos and let it foster some more. but I kind of believe in it. NQ is above the 20 MA, above the 2-hour SMA. Yeah, I know, they're a little crazy. Alias, are they denying the list to protect politicians that went to the Epstein Island? When Patel said Epstein... I don't know. I don't know. Travis, I watched that on YouTube. We are also 40 subscribers away from 5,000. 5,000. In the matter of 40 streams. 5,000. Insane. In the matter of 2 months. If you have not already, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade. Most importantly, guys, there are no missed opportunities. No missed opportunities, only the next one. So just stay patient. Opportunities are to come. There are 12 more countries to be released. Goldman Sachs said the Fed may cut the policy rate in September. An early Fed cut on softer tariff impacts and disinflation. Checking for a Trump tweet. Appreciate it, Dave. Appreciate it, Norman. Appreciate the file, Alex. Appreciate you. Hope Trump isn't going with the one world government. Look at these wicks on the NQ 30 minute. ES is tapping the 100 MA below the 200 and 200 SMA and VWAP. The Williams R 120 day on the ES 1 minute is rounding up, starting to get in neutral territory. RSI is above the MA, above neutral territory. Williams R 120 day on the NQ 30 minute getting into oversold territory. RSI is pumping up, kind of looking like it wants to tap the MA. Just depends on this news. NQ is currently down negative 0.82%. ES is down 0.85%. The VIX volatility index is up 2.4%. The Dow is down 1.1%. Nvidia is down 0.65%. Tesla is down 6.8%. Google is down 1.8%. Amazon is up 0.07%. So basically flat. Amazon's basically flat. Microsoft is down 0.46%. Meta is up 0.34%. Apple is down 1.75% on the day. Netflix is down 0.62%. MicroStrategy is down 0.75%. Palantir is up 3.3% on the day. GME GameStop is down 3.62%. Very bearish wicks. Costco is down 0.8%. Alibaba is down 2%. APCO is down 0.15%. AMD is down 2.1%. QCOM's down 2.2%. Adobe is down 0.75%. Voyager Technologies new IPO on the Nasdaq is down 5.83%. Robinhood's down 1%. And Bitcoin sitting down on the day 1.1%.
Order filled.
Doing 2 contracts long, up 80, up 100. Taking one off. Took one off at 100. Just deleveraged a little bit. This is against trend, and this we're still waiting for 12 countries. 12 countries to come out. And with one contract up 70, up 80. Just looking for it to wake up to that pivot point a little bit. Bounce all the 2-hour SMA, bounce all the 21 EMA, break through that range. We'll see. May fall down. We have a pivot point to the downside. Pivot point to the downside at 22,848. Has to go through the 2-hour SMA. ES getting above the 100 MA. Looking for a wake up. Up 40, up 50, one contract long. Looking for a wake up. Go to the pivot point. Pivot point up top at 22,886. ATR's at 16. Appreciate it, Century. Appreciate you stopping by, tuning in. Have a good day, my friend. Hopefully you are up. If you are trading, hopefully you are up. Down 40, down 60, down 50. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Go, go, go. Down 100, wicking down to the 2-hour SMA. Make sure we're not against news. No news, no country release yet from Trump. Not yet. We're expecting 12 more today. In Q5 minutes below 20 May. He is trying to get below the 100 May. We'll see. Up 30, up 25, up 50, up 100, one contract long. Looking for the wick up. About to tap the 61.8% fib. Does not want to go. I believe today. I could have misheard that, to be fair. Ahmad might be right. She might have said 12. I believe it's today, though. I believe 12 more today. But it could be in the coming days, to be fair. To be fair. Looking for the wick up. A 40, a 50. Does not want to go. Down 30. Tapping the 20 May. Broke through the ranges. About to tap the 2-hour SMA. Yeah. Ahmad said I am right, so 12 more countries today. Up 100. Man, they are really battling out right here. Consolidation. Tapping the 20 May. Tapping the 200 SMA. Down 100, down 200. This may be where we get the wick down. Down 10 points. Down 150, down 200, one contract long. This 200 SMA does not hold. We are going down, 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 down. Yes, I am, name. Been taking it slow. Trying to wait through the 200 SMA. Bouncing. News just released. Sultan, Malaysia. Prime Minister Malaysia. 25% tariff, same thing. So this is about to wick like crazy. So hopefully it wicks up to start, or we're about to be wicked out pretty heavily. News just dropped a minute ago. Markets are starting to respond. It's going down that range. Trying to give it some room. Wicking down, wicking down. We are against the news right now. Trump just released another deal. Markets are responding very slowly. South Africa was released as well. 30%. Pakistan was released as well.
Order filled.
With 3 contracts long. Snap this up.
Order filled.
And with 6 contracts, lean for a bounce. If not, this count will blow. I'm betting on a little. Down 1,000, down 800. Up 70. Alright, taking 3. Beautiful. Risked a lot only to get 300. Would have got more if I would have held, but I do not want to be against it. May look to join this short.
Order filled.
You know, 2 contracts short. Up 80. It could wick up, to be fair, but a lot of countries' deals are being released right now. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of fear. Up 200, up 300. I want to see a rejection of this pivot point. Could bounce to the 200 SMA, to be fair. A lot of countries are being released. 3 of them. Up 300. Taking 4. Gapper, the 21 EMA is what I use, the green on the chart. But I have a lot. This TradingView chart has a lot. I believe one of these is 20, 50, and then this big blue one is 100 MA, then 200 SMA VWAP. And then I have the VFIA, volume flow indicator. Then I have the RSI, Williams R 120-day, Innovita Trade Pro Plus, and then 24-hour volume. Pivot point at 22,820. Let's go over this news. Myanmar will receive a 40% tariff. Laos will receive a 40% tariff. South Africa will receive a 30% tariff. Kazakhstan will receive 25% tariff. Malaysia will receive 25% tariff. Trading during these times, very high risk. You got to know it. Tapping that pivot point, 22,820. I believe he's done for now. I'm in the 1 contract long. I think it's going to wick a little lower, so just start with 1. We're going to put a little risk on. Up 15, up 30, up 70, up 100. 1 contract long. Very volatile, very risky to trade. 1 news drops. 1 news drop and this account's gone. Tapping that pivot point. That's why I only start with 1. It might want to wick down to that range. Down 200, down 300, wicking down. I'll let it go a little bit before I add. What's up, NND? Yep, there are a lot more countries to go. I believe he's going to do it in sections, though. He has stopped it for now. Okay. And with 3 contracts long, it's wicking down a little more. I'm going to prop for this to bounce right here.
Order filled.
Okay, and with 5 contracts long, I want to bounce right here.
Order filled.
And with 7 contracts long, I'll deleverage once it gets above the average. If it does not have to pop here. Does not have to bounce. Up 100, deleveraging 2. I want more of a pop, more of a bounce. It's coming lower. Want more of a bounce. Down 200, down 300. 5 contracts long. Does not have to bounce. It can keep going. And it wants to. Down 500. Bounce. Go, go, go. Very weak. Down 200, down 300, down 400, down 500, 5 contracts long. Looking for a pop to that pivot point up top. Looking for a pop to that pivot point up top. Putting some risk on, risking this account. Will not enter another one if this blows. Down 800, down 900. Up 300. Up 400, 500. Taking two more. Taking one more. Trying to wait for a bigger pop. Like it to go to that pivot point if possible. That might be all it has. Maybe all it has. Yes, wants to flush lower. Did deleverage. If this goes lower, we have to take into account the averaging. Very nice. Wake up, wake up. Go, 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 go. Taking it. Beautiful. Made 400 after the averaging. Pretty serious average. That's a 50 point averaging. Not bad. Well, we missed the first opportunity and reaped the benefits on the second time around. Now it's Monday. I wanted to start slow, but I ramped it up. Ramped it up at the end here. And that is why there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Very beautiful. And it did exactly what I wanted to. I didn't hold it. I need to start trailing one. It went exactly where I wanted it to go, this pivot point. Exactly. It's probably going to flush this low. Probably going to flush the low right here. Go, guys. If you have not already, smash that like button, follow the channel, and subscribe. We are only a couple subscribers away from 5K today. May happen today, may happen tomorrow. We'll see. What's up, Arana? What's up, quote unquote, dad? That's a interesting name, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Ahmad, what do you think about the overlay? I know that everyone here is real ones, real supporters, the real core community. So what do you guys think of the overlay? Do you like the percentages going below? Do you like the this right here to the side every day NQ? It's kind of for the YouTube short stream, so they stop asking what indices I'm on. Are there any books you recommend? I really don't. I didn't read any trading books. I just learned from YouTube. Learned by doing. Appreciate you, Stunner. Appreciate your mod. If you guys don't like something, point it out, or if you guys have any recommendations, anything I should add, etc. Revision. Norman likes it. Stunner likes it. Ahmad likes it. Appreciate you guys. I definitely answers a lot of questions that people ask. You should do a full tutorial for beginner, bro. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the first one for members only, YouTube members only, and then I may scale it out. We'll see. I'm really focusing on these live streams, getting the software. Then I'll start ramping back up shorts. I'll start ramping back up videos. Just really trying to dial stuff in before we explode. You held for longer than me, Gapper. You got a better entry than me. I averaged in right here. I started right here. I bought one, averaged in, and then basically full poured it. And then got deleveraged a couple on this wick up, went back down. Then we got out around here. So you held for longer than me. My real conviction was at this pivot point, but I did not hold for it. It's testing this pivot point, 22,782. To the moon, Norman. To the moon. To the stars, to the universe, to another galaxy. We'll see. Your red candles confuse me a bit. You mean orange? You're colorblind, my friend. You're colorblind. We just called him. We got him, boys. We got him, boys. Send the squad. He's colorblind. Excuse me. 5% women. 95% guys. Ladies, 5%. Uses the 1 min 9M for close. 1 minute 9 EMA for close. Yeah, I kind of just base it. You may base it off of EMA. I kind of base it off of pivot points and just the volatility. And I kind of adapt to what I see, what I feel. Yeah, man, I made a script for that, but I haven't implemented it. I kind of want to get a little bigger before I start, you know. And I really don't want to spam the chat too inorganically. You looked into the Hikanashi chart for your trading style. Michael, I used to only trade Hikanashi candles. For stream, I switched to just regular candlestick. And it's been working just fine. Every time I try to switch back from Hikanashi, where I started, I traded for like half a decade with them. And then I switched to candlestick right before starting this streaming journey. And I have not noticed a difference at all. Have not noticed a difference. Have not missed a beat. Have not missed a step. And every time I would like go from the Hikanashi candles and switch it to the regular candlesticks, I'd be like, I can't trade this. What am I doing? But I just switched it one day and haven't looked back. Haven't noticed a difference. I don't know. Don't you know? Guys, remember we have a lot more news from Trump. A lot more news from Trump today. At least 6 more countries. It seems like he's spacing them out in 2-hour increments. So if that is the case, he just released the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, that deal, South Africa, what the president of the Laos People Democratic Republic, BITUNIX. I don't even know what country that is. I'm gonna be 1,000,000% honest. Chairman of this Council, Republic of the Union of Myanmar. Yeah, I have no idea what that is either. Okay. Anyway, he released 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countries. Malaysia. So there's 6 countries to go, 6 or 7. And they will be released today. Good luck, Gapper. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Alright guys, 4 p.m. Trump is signing executive orders. He's also releasing 6 other countries. Finalize your votes in the YouTube polls. We'll be taking a look in a minute. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. New York Fed inflation expectations. 11:30 a.m. tomorrow EST. US 52-week bill. 12 p.m. EIA. STIO report, tentative. It can move up and down the schedule as needed. 1 p.m. EST tomorrow, US 3-year note, and at 3 p.m. US consumer credit. That is the docket for tomorrow. Wednesday, we have the FOMC meeting minutes at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, 2 days from now. We are gonna wrap up from trading. We are done for today. Let's bounce off that pivot point, and I'm gonna try and make some videos for the YouTube members. Good luck, Gapper. Good luck with your swing long. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Glad you're holding your own conviction. It's bouncing off that pivot point, 22,782. It's breaking back in the range, this little trend range. We have a pivot point up top at 22,818, 21 EMA up top. Let's go, Chris. Chris got his new computer, just loving it. Congrats, Chris. Norman, did you do any trading on the new computer? How did it end? Or are you just savoring it? Also, regular YouTube stream. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? 58% are profitable, 6% are negative, 35% are learning. YouTube short stream, 31% are profitable, 18% are negative, 51% are learning. Start off slow, end it off hot. It is what it is. Was not going to come off that 4-day weekend just guns a-blazing, blowing accounts. Just wanted to keep it all just tight. Tomorrow we can up the ante a little bit, up the risk. 816. Good job, Gapper. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's about to tap that 21 EMA. 21 EMA coincides with that previous low. and QES are both down 1%, 1.05%. So be careful, guys. The VIX Volatility Index is up 4.4%. It's just a sea of red today. I'll point out the main one. Tesla is down 7.3%. Nvidia is down 0.6%. Google is down 2%. Apple's down 2%. GME is down 4%. MicroStrategy is down 1%. Bitcoin is down 1.4% on the day. QCOM is down 2.4%. AMD is down 2.4%. Alibaba is down 2.4%. And Voyager Technologies is down 7.3%. Norman said it was a fair day, got wicked out, but made 13 bucks. Should be better tomorrow. Good job, Gapper. Gapper taking 30 points out. Hey. Appreciate you, trades. Trade said Chris total profit for today is 2,760. No blown accounts. Yeah, no blown accounts. We have a little drawdown. Little drawdown, to be fair. We have 641 in a take profit account. So we have 3,900 left in drawdown. $50 loss. So we're really up like 2,710. Not bad. Put a very poor execution, but ending we ramped it up, executed correctly. Little mis-execution even on the last trade. Just started a little premature. I knew it was coming down. Started a little premature. Not gonna falter too much, but if you guys are still trading, be cautious. 6 other countries releasing today. He may do it during market hours, after market hours. Be cautious, be aware. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade. Most importantly, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Stay patient, don't FOMO. How you doing, man? Market's been crazy today. It seems like it may be negative until we figure out Trump's tariffs at the end of the week. Yeah, Chicken, be careful. 6 other countries releasing tariffs today. We are wrapping up. We are green today. 2,710. Little negative drawdown on one account. I equate it to negative 50. I wouldn't mind seeing 880-ish for a short. 880-ish. Very possible. Very possible. This 2-hour SMA right here. It actually came down a little bit. 2-hour SMA right here. You have the consolidation zone right here as well. It could just wick through that. Remember, Thursday's close was at 23,062. 23,062. Gap down. 300 points. 230. 230 points. We'll see. These deals that Trump are releasing are fear-mongering, creating a lot of uncertainty. Just be careful. 6 other countries to release today. Market hours, maybe not. Just be careful. Salute to you and everybody. Have a good day, bro. You too, guys. Good luck, good luck, good luck. I will be back again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. I will see you guys there. Peace out. See you, Stunner. See you, Trade. Shout out to the YouTube members. Love you guys. Try and get some content out for y'all. See you tomorrow.